says, very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is gonna do it. And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. Day 36 on the racing calendar. Quick look back at yesterday's racing action. Well, we started off with a good track, and then the rains came, got a little sloppy by the end, but the one thing that was there was the track was lightning fast from the first race, slowed down a little by the end, but it was quite quick. 4 horses did go wire to wire. 3 stalkers got there that at the head of the lane were within 2 lengths. The top jock, Rafael Zentino Jr., he had a couple on the night. Jorge Carreno still on top, up by 20 on Stanley Chady Jr. Both of them did have a win last night. And Jerry Gorno up by 11 on Jared Brown. And both of those trainers also had winners on the card. Stretch, what did you see yesterday?
Yeah, you summed it up really well, Kirt, on just what happened out there. Yeah, the fractions were extremely fast early. Some of the fastest ones we knew after that first race of the bottoms of how fast that was going to be. It also makes it tricky as a handicapper. As the track changes over the course of the night, we became like sloppy at the end. And I thought, you know, we had a selection in the last race, and I don't think the horse completely gripped the track as well as the winner of that race. So you have to be careful of if it was speed bias early, it's fine if the track stays the same, but the rain came in after that and kind of changed it up there. And then I just want to add kind of from a betting angle and always wanting to learn for both of us, or at least myself. I thought yesterday, looking back, I always like to look back at the bets, and both of us liked the 1 horse in the last race. With the track changing, we had too much riding on the 1 horse. We both had many winners throughout and picked some, but ended up not making a profit on the day because of basically I played a late pick 3 also to the 1 with the pick 4 going, and then the trifecta as well. Probably should have changed the betting style a little bit, and got to learn from that. We lost our streak of 5 straight days of one of us hitting the pick 4 or pick 5, so we've got to learn from the mistakes and start a new streak. Kirt?
Yeah, definitely. I'm not going to go back heavy like we did yesterday with that key. I got it a little bit more mixed up. But let's kick off the card with a $5,000 claimer. For the boys 3 and up that are maidens, are going to tackle the 1 mile distance. Scratch number 5, Konnichiwa. And let's just say that the track condition right now, I took a look at it just before I came down to do the show, and the track looks fast. Did great job by our track superintendent and their crew. It was so sloppy when we left here last night. I didn't think the track would rebound that fast, but sun and wind are a track superintendent's best friend, and I expect it to be fast by the time we do hit post time. But okay, Stretch, and saying all that, what do you like in the first?
Well, I'm going to start by saying this might not be the fastest mile of the year in this field.
Yeah, definitely not.
Bold prediction by Stretch. So I've decided I'm going to go with the 4, just like you did, Kirt. If you look back, this horse ran a nice race and beat the 2 horse who really didn't have that much of an excuse. So I think we're going to see a similar race out there. Last time the two you know, a little short, but ran outside wide and kind of ran evenly throughout, and I think that's good enough in this race. Yeah, the 2 horse last time I did back him. I wrote in my notes, no real excuse, had a slow pace to in there. Maybe it'll improve, but it's going to be the big favorite. I'm not willing to risk a big enough improvement on this one. That's why I've got it in second. And then I've added the 3. How can you not? Dropping horse from maiden special weight is unknown about the 2 turns, but there's going to be some value. So short and sweet, 4, 2, 3.
Yeah, I got the same horses. Mr. Fallon got the better of the 2 horse. Nothing but a blur last time out. And I think Mr. Fallon will improve off that. Just missed second by a narrow neck. Chicago Roll ended up hanging on. Ben Roy went on by and took that win. But this horse did like going around 2 turns in the last try. Nothing but a blur. I expect the same type of thing this time. Try and steal it on the front end. King Cat should show a little bit of speed like he did last time out. or 2 outs ago when he went the route. I expect him to last a little bit longer though, so that means that the speed should be a little bit more solid on the front end for a horse that closes, and I think the closer is number 3, Runaway Hurricane. Last time out, 9th place finish. The time before that, 7th. But the one thing this horse did do was close a lot of lengths in the race because it was well back early. And the last time out got beat by 11 by Major Shepherd, who ran 4th in the Derby trial and the Derby. And you had Peb, who's sitting on a win, came back to run 2nd to the 3rd place finisher, Call the Cops. So that's turning into be a little bit of a key race. So Runaway Hurricane with that maiden allowance drop could be the upsetter, but I'm with Stretch 3 horses, 4, 3, and 2. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2, a $2,500 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going 5.5 furlongs. Scratch number 5, Catalina Dreamin'. Stretch, what do you got?
I have it down to 2 horses. I'm going to go, I see on the board we've got the 176. I'm going to call an early audible, and if Adam can switch it to 716 up there. So I'm going with the 7 as my top selection, and the main reason here is the horse is lightly raced, made a very good move, and I just think the horse is going to improve a little bit from the first start. If you look at last year, the horse only did have about 3 races, but each start ran so well. And I just think lightly raced at the bottoms, this is going to be my top selection. Unless the 1 wins, then I'll get them to switch it around. Yeah. the one, like I said, as early on and before the great crew switched it up for me. This is the one. This horse, needed the drop. I've been backing this horse at some long shots the last few times. Carino jumps aboard. This is my last chance for this horse, kind of now or never. I like the horse. Like I said, I've got the 2 of them interchangeable. Pick one. And then the 3rd horse is, I went with the 6. I just kind of went with the best of the rest at the bottoms. But like I said, I've got it down to 176, 716. Yeah, Kurt.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you. I like the big drop on number 1, Sharp Contrast. That first start of the year was a really good one where Nwara won that race and then had trouble in the next start, came back with another big effort, a 2nd place finish to Storm Stride that day, and then back-to-back races, had to go against Gold Diggin' Darlin', and she has just been a force as of late, trying to beat her sprinting, especially going 5.5, and the previous time going 6. Not easy, but Sharp Contrast did chase every step of the way before tiring. Catalina Dreaming is out of this race, the other speed horse in here, so I expect Sharp Contrast to get an easy lead, and if it plays anything like yesterday, the racetrack, Sharp Contrast with that speed should wire the field. Lady Got Away improves with every start. Larry Sizik had Divine Ride in again last night after winning its previous start. Did come back to win once again. So he's starting to get on a little bit of a roll. And with Lady Got Away running so good first time out, I expect that one to improve. And to round up my top 3, number 4, Chris's Defense. This horse got a win 2 outs ago, beat Catalina Dreamin' before she did come back to win in her very next start. And then last time, Cara Mine went to the front and Chris's Defense just chased and couldn't get there. I think it'll be in a chasing role again. Depending on the way the racetrack plays, might be able to run 2nd, but I have it for 3rd, 1, 7, and 4. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. It's the Polynesian Kitty for older fillies and mares, going 1 mile and a 16th. Stretch, can Miss Imperial get beat?
That's basically in my notes. I went, can the Queen get beat? Because she is the right now, well, maybe with Melisandre. Based on the last 3 starts, I'm going to say no. They are going a little bit longer. I think there's going to be some cat and mouse games going on in here between the 2 and the 4. Jerry's got the two of them in here, and I think that's kind of the key to the race. It's a matter of, is the 4 going to go fast and make the 2 chase, or are they going to go slow and try to outrun them? I think the best chance for the 4 to win, I think, is kind of gain the lead and try to make the 3 run. It's just a matter of when she takes over, and if there's an all-out duel. If Shady decides, I've got to press, I think the horse is getting loose. That's the only way I think she gets beat. And I think the horse that could beat her would be the 3. That's because 2 and 4 are going to be knocking heads up front and try to set it up for her. So that's why I've kind of got it. I've got it 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I'm going to stick with 2, 3, 4, Kurt.
Yeah, what I think is going to happen in here with Jerry Gorno actually having 3 horses in the race, I expect Cypress Point. I think they're sending today. I think it's go, go, go. Catch me if you can. Try and make Miss Imperial do the chasing. And then Jerry has 2 more to pick up any pieces. Like Stretch thinks, if they do early battle, they can pick up the pieces and go on by. But I think they just might let Cypress Point go in here. And if they do, that could be very dangerous, especially if it's the same kind of track as last night where speed did carry. Cypress Point last time out was passed, but was still coming at the end on Miss Imperial. She wasn't just an easy galloping winner. She was still tried at the end and she was still going. So if Cypress Point goes out there, gets any kind of breather, could be a different race going a mile and 16th, but it is going to be tough to beat Miss Imperial. Done no wrong. 3 straight wins, all of them very good ones, but she does have limitations on her distance. And this mile and a 16th, yes, it's only an extra 16th of a mile, but that could be right about the cusp of where she likes to go. So that could set it up for number 3, DARPA, to come as a rallier, or even number 5, Dixie Moe, who now has a start over the racetrack. So that can prove important for it to move forward. Does have some good races underneath, but I'm with Stretch. Top 3, 2, 4, and 3. Now we're going to carry on to race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for the boys 3 and up, going 7.5 furlongs. Stretch, who do you like?
Yeah, solid field of 7 horses in here. Looking forward to the race for sure. I've got the 3 as my top selection. Got that start over the track, ran evenly last time in a very tough stake race. I kind of think the horse is probably a little better if the horse gets the lead, but I think if some other rabbits head out there and cost the horse to basically not be able to get the lead, I think that's okay. I think she can run evenly and just kind of take over. I think she's going to be very tough to beat in here just after that one start here and just some of the back class and the figures that I've got. I'm going to go with my second choice is the 4. I kind of mentioned about this race the other day. And it comes out of a very fast run race where in this race the horse went basically, Courageous went gate to wire on a bit of a speed holding day. Horse didn't get out and kind of lost position early and then basically went evenly after that. Normally this horse would be ready for a middle move. I think I'm going to see a middle move here. Needs an absolute top effort to beat the 3, but I just like this horse as a racehorse and how he runs at times. After that, it's absolutely wide open for me. I'm going to go as the 1 horse as my 3rd selection. It was just in too tough last time. I think it's going to get a nice trip again. That 1 win, this horse came up the rail and beat the 2. If there happens to be a big duel, 2 would be my 3rd, 4th choice in there. So I've got it 3, 4, 1, 2.
Yeah, I really like number 3, Eddie Forever in here. This is a big drop in class from the Manitoba Mile. If you look at Mr. Benz, the 2, I said that jump from the 1st level allowance to the 2nd would not be an easy one for those horses, Gooch Express being the other one, as they ran very well. They both got lots of respect in that next level and didn't fare so well in there, as Courageous did go wire to wire. Life's been good so far, a solid 2nd level, and Stake Horse and Soberano. All 3 of them are non-2 other than solidly, and they had a hard time doing the adjustment. Now they got Eddie Forever taking the drop after running a really good 4th against Plentiful, St. Louis Guy, and Pioneer Spirit. Any of those horses are in this race. They are 1-9. No ifs, ands, buts about it. So Eddie Forever falls into this race. Doesn't have to go to the lead, but can be controlling speed in here. I think it's his race to lose. I like number 1, Moz Mischief, who is the 6th place finisher in the Manitoba Mile. Just wasn't able to keep up as those horses were much better, but ran a good 2nd at Tiger by His Tail in the previous start. Tiger by His Tail was loose speed that went wire to wire, and me and Stretch thought that might happen. But Moz Mischief tried every step of the way all the way to the end. So that's why I like it second best. And number 7, In the Deep, ran a good race 3 outs ago in the 7.5 furlongs, where Real Grace ended up winning the race, but really made Real Grace work for that win. And then Tired, if this horse runs that same kind of race, it'll be a top 3 player. That's why I took 3, 1, and 7. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5, a $3,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year or non-4 lifers. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Scratch number 7, Otani. Stretch, who do you got in the 5th?
Yeah, so I've got it down to 3 horses now with that scratch. You make note, if you didn't know about that early scratch, make a big note. I think that has an effect in this race. I had it down to 7 or 8 in my top spot. So now for me, it's an easy who I like in my top spot, and that is the 8. This horse has been running very well for this level. It's been on or near the lead recently. Yeah, it tired last time, but it went pretty quick early for this level. Already has the win. It's been close. I think this horse can stalk or go right to the lead. I just like the figures that I've come up with on this horse, and so certainly can't leave it out, and hence the top selection. Now, and with the 1 is my second one, makes the drop for sure. Isn't running like he did last year, but does have the talent and may suddenly wake up. And if the horse suddenly wakes up, watch out, the horse could be there. And my third choice, which is Kirt's top choice, and I understand why it is. Yeah, if 1 and 8 move to knockhead, sets it up for the 4. But it's your top pick. Take it away, 8, 1, 4.
Yeah, I see a lot of speed in here. 8 Valid Thor offers speed. The 5 Thunderbolt. The 3 Empirical Data. Even throw in the 1 American League and number 2 Thin Line. So if they want to all go out and make it a logjam on the front end, take turns at the leaders, soften them up. Maddie's Pro last time out ran a bit of a stinker from the back of the field, but really didn't get out of the gate well. The race 3 outs ago was a much better one against Captive Kitten and Tally. Captive Kitten came back to win the very next start. Tally 2 starts later. So that was a good race down at that $2,500 level for Maddie's Pro to get it done, and has the perfect running style, I think. And I love the morning line at 15-1. I definitely think that American League is better than a lot of these in here, but it really hasn't shown a winning effort yet. Yes, it's been at the $5,000 level, and that's been really tough. Every horse that it's gone against, and this is so much easier, but it will have to show more. But the good thing is it hasn't been beat by more than 5 lengths in any of those starts. And to round out my top 3, I went to number 5 Thunderbolt. This might be the speed of the race. Last time out, went against Bite the Bullet Bro and Young Boy. Bite the Bullet Bro showed great early speed, went wire to wire. Young Boy, a good second, came back to win, beating the 8 Valid Thor. So I think Thunderbolt will improve off that last start. So I'm putting him for 3rd, 4, 1, and 5 for me. Now we're going to carry on to race number 6, an allowance optional $15,000 claimer for 3-year-olds. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Scratch number 2, King Nate, and scratch number 3, Impressive Sense. Stretch, this looks wide open.
It is, yeah. It's a little too bad about the scratches, but that's okay. We still have a solid field coming into this. It is wide open. Some of them, 4 of them, came out of the Derby last time. Trying to decide, is it a little bit of a quick turnaround, because usually some trainers will focus on getting the horse ready for the Derby, and so you can't completely trust all of them. You've got to determine if it took too much out of them. But after watch, and none of them really impressed me that much from the Derby. It says, oh, I've got to bet them next time. So but watching the replay a couple times, I decided that the 5, I've got a nice angle here. This horse pressed the 1-5 horse early and just went so quick, at least showed something early and pressed and then got tired. So I think the cutback is really going to help this horse. It's got potentially could go right to the lead. And with that cutback, just kind of sets it up. And I think I'm going to get a price. This horse finished 9th, beaten almost 20 lengths. So many people look at that and then, decide, oh, we want to not play that horse. So that's my top selection. Then I went to the 8. Has ran kind of evenly in the Derby. Didn't show a lot, but at least ran evenly. I think should get a nice trip going. Has been competitive at the 5 furlongs. will be the favorite, can't leave it out. And the horse I had to take a horse not in the Derby, just in case, and I went with the 6 as my selection. And if this horse does need to improve, but if you look at the first 5 races, maybe didn't quite figure it out, and then by the 6th race, maybe figured out how to become a racehorse. And you always like that when they're 3-year-olds, they're going to improve. And so after the 6th race, now I'm a racehorse, builds the confidence. So I've got it 3rd, but I need all of them, so 5, 8, 6.
Yeah, Stretch. I went to number 1, Mr. Snickers. Yeah, he just broke his maiden in a slow time by 2. But it was that comeback race against Impressive Sense. Only lost by a half a length in there and was rallying really nicely. Might have beat Impressive Sense if it didn't get up the rail because it had a ton of horse. Stanley Chady Jr. made the move to get there and shoot to the lead. But I really liked the way Mr. Snickers ran that day. That 1.125 did make a little bit of a middle move in there, but it just wasn't enough. But that was a 1.125. Gets a cut back to 6 furlongs. There is a little bit of speed in here, not a ton, and Mr. Snickers doesn't need to be far away. Drawing the inside, Jaron Brown's on fire, so that's always a good reason. Also like the 5 Stone Cafe, same reason for Stretch. This horse showed great speed against Myopic, who battled early and ended up getting caught late down the lane, but they were 10 lengths in front, almost 11 lengths in front of everybody else in the field. That cut back now to 6 furlongs. When the horse last ran 6 furlongs, got beat by an Alberta horse, shot through the heart, and City Champ, who was undefeated. That was a dynamite race, so that makes him my second choice. And I do like number 6, Freezing Jimmy. Also had a layoff coming into that last race, dropped down to 10,000. And it wasn't that it won for 10, it was the way Freezing Jimmy won it. It was explosive at the end, drew off to win by 3. With that layoff, I think the horse will only get better in this next start. So I'm taking him for 3rd. I'm 1, 5, and 6. Now we're going to carry on to race number 7, a $5,000 claimer. 4 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs and another wide open race.
Yeah, it is not an easy race to finish off the week, but why would we want that, Kurt? We want something to maybe have some fireworks or finish off a good pick 4. I've decided you've got the rematch of the top 3 finishers from the August 3rd. If you remember, that was Jared Brown's 500th win, and he ran 1-2, and his 2 horses were close at the wire. I've decided to go back to basically keeping the same order. I think basically the 5 will be that much closer than the 8 horse. And it's interesting now, we know, as you can see, that Martin knows how to ride the 5. He's already won twice. He's back aboard. Why wouldn't he be? This horse is going to be a little bit closer than Dan. He'll be a little farther back. I think he gets a little similar trip, gets us some speed to run at, and gets them late. I can't leave out the 8 because both Kurt and I did like Cyclone Dan last time quite a bit. I thought the horse was a little too far back. He's got to be closer to get there. Going only 5.5, it's going to be tough if he's that far back. And of course, I needed to find a long shot to light the board, and that's the 2 horse. And you got to look on this horse a few times, as Kurt's doing right now. Is the 2 in the race? and anyway, I came up with, went way too fast last time, now gets the cut back. I think it could be on or near the lead, and who knows, maybe gets away on the other 2 if they're a little too far back. 15-1, worth a shot in there, at least in the trifecta. So I'm finishing off the week at 5-8-2.
Yeah, I definitely think You Should Talk should be able to show some speed in here. But I'm with you on Purely Given. After that last race, going 6 furlongs, made a good move at a good time. Now it's only 5.5 furlongs today. So I think that suits Purely Given even better. My second choice, number 6, Yo Why Me. Horse ran at Fargo in the last couple starts. Before was at Canterbury. The best start at Canterbury was the first one, where he battled and then ended up tiring late. The next 2 times did have trouble lines in there, as it did at Fargo in its second to last start. And then the most recent start showed speed once again, only to get caught late and lose by a length. But this horse's races at Turf Paradise, banging it on the front end in good fractions. This horse just might be able to clear in here, and if any horse can open up by 2 or 3 going the 5.5, that could be really dangerous. Steve Kepplin Jr. has been a good percentage trainer here in the past. probably about the 25% range. So I'm going to take Yo Why Me for second, and I'm going to round out with number 8, Cyclone Dan for third. Picked the horse the last 2 times, got a couple seconds. Picked him third today, probably going to jump up and win, but I'm going to take 5, 6, and 8. Good luck with all your selections this evening, and I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's card racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race card racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, scratch number 5, Konnichiwa. That's in race number 1, scratch the 5, Konnichiwa. Now turning your programs to race number 2. In race 2, scratch number 5, Catalina Dreamin'. That's race number 2, scratch the 5, Catalina Dreamin'. Now turning your programs to race number 3, our feature race on the card. It's the Polynesian Kitty for older fillies and mares, going a mile on the 16th. Kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering the carryover just over $34,000. But if you are the single winning ticket, you will take home $250,000. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. There are no changes. Now turning your programs to race number 5, scratch number 7, Otani. That's race number 5, scratch the 7, Otani. Now turning your programs to race number 6. In race 6, scratch number 2, King Nate, and scratch number 3, Impressive Sense. That's race number 6, scratch the 2, King Nate, and scratch the 3, Impressive Sense. Now turning your programs to race number 7, our jackpot high 5 race of the evening, just the lone overweight. That's on your television monitors, the jackpot high 5 carryover, just under $100,000. Well, a beautiful day for racing here in Winnipeg. Currently under partly cloudy skies. Stretch, did you finally get in the photo there?
I think so. I think that's the wind, and now I made it. And the eyes.
Am I the cloud? I think I'm the cloud.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you are the cloud. I'm the sun.
Yeah, I'm an angry-looking cloud. Under partly cloudy skies, the temperature 24 degrees Celsius or 75 degrees Fahrenheit, and the track is listed as fast. A fast racetrack for this evening's 7-race card racing. That's going to haunt me tonight. We're going to kick it off right here in race number 1. It's going to go to post in 17 minutes.
Wow. Wow.
And welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We're kicking off our Wednesday night card of racing with a $5,000 claimer for 3 and up maidens. They're going to go 1 mile. Scratch number 5, Konnichiwa. Okay, Stretch, what do you like in the first?
Okay, let's start with the 4 is my top selection. The horse 2 back ran a nice race for this level. Beat the 4 beat the 2 last time out, and I think that was the horse's first mile. Then went in against Benroy, your selection, and ran a nice even race. And so for this level, normally these $5,000 horses have been going 116, 117. This one went a little quicker. Yeah, so that's why, as you mentioned, Chicago Roll just got up to beat the Chicago Pass and then get up. I don't remember the race.
Yeah, well, Mr. Fallon tried to make that rally as Chicago Roll was ahead, but they were right there.
Right there, yeah. So I think you're going to get the same trip. I think potentially maybe they're going to try a little bit of speed on the 6. Like I said, the 2 horse is my second selection. Horse didn't really have an excuse, but he's just best on paper. I've got it 4 and 2, but I do like your 3. Makes sense. Talk about your 3.
Well, I like the 3 because the first time out did get beat by 15 lengths, lost to Mr. Snickers, but that was at the maiden allowance level, and that was the horse's first start, and as you can see was bothered, checked at the break, was back 25 lengths, but did make up 10 lengths in the race. In the comeback race, again, got away slow, spotted the field 20 lengths, and again made up 10 lengths and was only 10 lengths behind Major Shepherd, Peb, and Call the Cops. Major Shepherd ran 4th in the Derby trial, won that race, and then ran 4th in the Derby. Peb ran another big second place effort, but that was to the 3rd place finisher, Call the Cops, who did end up going wire to wire. So those top 3 were very tough company. So Runaway Hurricane doesn't have to go against a maiden allowance level today, drops in for 5,000. It looks like this horse can run a route of ground just by its running style so far. It doesn't have any early speed, but if the fractions are the same as last time, that Nothing But a Blur and Mr. Fallon ran in at 51, 117, I could see Runaway Hurricane sitting about 3 lengths off of those type of fractions. And if this horse can close 10 lengths like it did sprinting, I think this horse definitely has a shot, and so does a lot of people, currently sitting on the board at 3 to 1.
Yeah, the horse certainly makes sense. It's the unknown. You kind of know what you've got with the other ones. They've had enough starts, and so this one, obviously we're searching, or the public's kind of searching to say maybe. It's just now, these are the type of horses you do like. The horse doesn't belong in for maiden special weight, but at least the owners and trainer thought, well, we'll give it a shot, and now realize that. So, yeah, those are the 3 contenders. The 6, I guess you could say that the horse has only had 3 starts and has showed speed, stumbled last time.
Yeah, only showed speed for a little bit. Last time out sprinting, they just went too fast. I think plain and simple. Ran much better in the previous start, going a mile. At a half mile was still right there, and then faded to be beaten double digits in the end. I think this horse will show more speed and go a little bit longer today, but I just think it's just a little too far going the mile.
I agree. And then the last one is Master Slam, who is your 13 starts, and you could say maybe woke up a little bit the last couple. Passed them late. I guess if there's some dueling, it isn't going to be a fast run race, and so it kind of it opens it up for more contenders, because there really is no superstar in this race.
Oh, definitely there is no superstar. The one with the best credentials, I think, is Mr. Fallon, who's been beaten by some good ones. St. Geezy went through the conditions. Muskoka won the maiden and the non-two terms, broke the maiden T-class last time out, upset. And Benroy, I said, was sitting on a win last time out, and I expect that horse to come back to win. So maybe Mr. Fallon's run against the best of the race here.
Yeah, no, that's a good way to look at it for sure.
All right, let's go to our bets here in race number 1. Stretch, as usual, we're going to start off with you.
Yeah, we'll do a $5 double. I'm not going to change it, not in race 1, because then you don't want to change it too often, like every race, like sometimes I do. No, kidding. But I'll go 2 and 4 with 1 and 7. $5 double wheel. 2-4 with 1-7.
All right, and I'm going after the early pick 3. I'm taking a $5 one. I'm taking 3-4 in the first leg with the 1-7, and rounding it out with Miss Imperial in the Polynesian Kitty. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 1, and we'll see you back for race 2. The horses are on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 1 mile for $9,400. Number 1 is Master Slam, owned and trained by Ryan DeJarlis, Nyrone Austin aboard. Number 2 is Nothing But a Blur, owned and trained by Shelley Brown, Leroy Nelson in the saddle. The 3 is Runaway Hurricane, owned by All In Racing Stable, trained by Tiffany Husbands with Sheldon Chickadas. Number 4 is Mr. Fallon, owned by Right Attitude, Hillside Farms, Anderson Livestock Stable, WRA Ventures, Harvey Warner, and Jay Jackson, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Antonio Whitehall. Number 5, Kenichiwa, was scratched. Rounding out the field is number 6, King Cat, owned by Greg Honus and Bill Tucker, trained by Larry Sizik with Shamari Muir. Post time for race number 1, 6 minutes away.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Right, kicking off the Wednesday night card with maiden 5s going a mile. So I've landed on the favorite, Mr. Fallon. The horse has run against some pretty good horses for this level. And so I think a repeat effort of the last few races make this horse the horse to beat. The public's got it right. Not going to get great value, but it kicks off a winner. And then after that, it's kind of between the 2 and the 3. I went to the 2 because we know what you get. The 2 has been the mile. So I've got it 4, 2, and 3.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 4, Mr. Fallon. I think he's been running against the toughest competition, at least at the bottom level, and been doing well. Beat number 2, Nothing But a Blur, last time they met. But I like the 3 for second just because it's dropping in from maiden allowance. Yes, a couple of bad finishes, beaten by 10 lengths, double digits, but that was going short. This horse might like going long and has tested tougher competition, so I'm 4-3 here in race 1.
Time.
Master Slam, the first one to enter the starting gate. Nothing But a Blur, the second choice, now at 7 of 5. Will be the next to go in. Runaway Hurricane's turn. Now just 2 left to load. Mr. Fallon, the current co-favorite at even money. And now just waiting on King Cat on the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Away well on the inside was Master Slam, but from the middle, Runaway Hurricane says, I want the lead. And he's going to get it by a length. Nothing but a blur. The stalker on the outside in second. Mr. Fallon settled back 4 lengths off it in third. Another 2 lengths back to your trailers, Master Slam and King Cat. The opening quarter, 24-1. A quick opening quarter for Runaway Hurricane, who still has that lead by a length. Nothing but a blur, creeping up closer in second. Mr. Fallon, still 5 lengths back in third. Another 6 lengths back to Master Slam and King Cat. The trailer, as they're about 9 off the lead, the half, 49 seconds. Runaway Hurricane now getting company from Nothing But a Blur, and these two are nose and nose. Mr. Fallon creeping up even closer, only 3 lengths off of it. Another 4 to Master Slam, and King Cat is your trailer. 3/4, 114-4. And it's Runaway Hurricane, Nothing But a Blur. These two relentless in their pursuit for the wire. Mr. Fallon, a lot of work to do from third, and Master Slam in fourth. They're at the 16th pole. Nothing But a Blur has a nose in front, not giving up. Runaway Hurricane, but Nothing But a Blur is going to take it. Runaway Hurricane second best. Third's going to go to Mr. Fallon, and fourth to Master Slam. The stewards are posted number 2, Nothing But a Blur. As a race winner, second goes to number 3, Runaway Hurricane. Third to number 4, Mr. Fallon. And fourth to number 1, Master Slam. They went the opening quarter, 24-1. The half, 49 seconds. 6 furlongs, 114-4. Time for the mile, 143. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 1, That's number 2, Nothing But a Blur. Nothing But a Blur is a chestnut gelding, 4 years old, by Leah, out of the mare Unifier by Deputy Minister. Owned and trained by Shelley Brown, and ridden to victory by Leroy Nelson. Time for the mile, 1:43. Race 1's official in the upcoming second race. Scratch number 5, Catalina Dreamin'. That's race number 2. Scratch the 5, Catalina Dreamin'. Post time for race number 2, 19 minutes away. And they're off. Away well on the inside was Master Slam, but from the middle, Runaway Hurricane says, I want the lead, and he's gonna get it by a length. Nothing But a Blur, the stalker on the outside in second. Mr. Fallon settled back 4 lengths off it in third. Another 2 lengths back to your trailers, Master Slam and King Cat. The opening quarter, 24-1. A quick opening quarter for Runaway Hurricane, who still has that lead by a length. Nothing But a Blur creeping up closer in second. Mr. Fallon still 5 lengths back in third. Another 6 lengths back to Master Slam and King Cat. The trailer, as they're about 9 off the lead, the half, 49 seconds. Runaway Hurricane now getting company from Nothing But a Blur, and these two are nose and nose. Mr. Fallon creeping up even closer, only 3 lengths off of it. Another 4 to Master Slam, and King Cat is your trailer. 3/4, 1:14-4, and it's Runaway Hurricane, Nothing But a Blur. These two relentless in their pursuit for the wire. Mr. Fallon, a lot of work to do from third, and Master Slam in fourth. They're at the 16th pole. Nothing But a Blur has a nose in front, not giving up. Runaway Hurricane, but Nothing But a Blur is gonna take it. Runaway Hurricane second best. Third's gonna go to Mr. Fallon. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2. We have a $2,500 claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Scratch number 5, Catalina Dreamin'. Stretch, race number 1, a great race, a wake-up race by number 3, Runaway Hurricane.
Absolutely. We've seen it all year. They drop from special weight, and they just run big. And there's been some big odds. That one people have caught on. You got to go that. You made a good comparison on who the horse lost to. So that was good. Big race on the 2 to run it down. I think it's only one race, but those horses went, the 4 couldn't close it all, and they just kind of pulled away. So we'll see.
And a good time. The fractions were solid. 24-1, 49, 14-4, 143. That's 3 seconds faster than the 2 and the 4 ran last time they went. So this track definitely is lightning fast.
Lightning fast is correct. Okay, here we go. 5.5. I kind of have it down to 2 horses. I've been flip-flopping, just making sure Adam and the production crew is paying attention, and he switched it for me. So I'm going with that. Public's on the same horse. That's the 7. Reason I ended up making a slight lean over the 1 is just because the horse has only had 1 start. Last year it only had 3 starts at a higher level. It moved up right through the ranks and kept winning. I guess it's just one of those horses that can't run a lot. But it's obviously extremely game horse. You just look at ASD, 9 of 11 in the top 2, 6 of 8 in the top 2 at the distance. I watched the race. The horse, I would say, almost got shuffled a little bit and then came around and was coming at the end. I just like that race. I think the horse should at least run that, if not a little bit better. And that's why I did make it the top selection. But I understand on your 1 for sure. Like I said, I almost had that horse as my top selection.
Yeah, I like number 7, Lady Got Away. Made the first start, should improve off that, and ran a really good race against Wits Gatto, who did get loose on the front end and ended up going wire to wire. But Sharp Contrast, the 1, is taking the drop in class from the 5,000 to 2,500. 2 of the races that it has ran out of the 5, both of those would win this race today. That's the first start of the year on May the 31st, running second behind Anwara, and then running second behind Stormstride, going the same distance, 5.5, on June 30th. That middle race in between those, the horse never got out of the gate, so throw that one out, and then had to run against Gold Diggin' Darlin', who put 2 powerful wire-to-wire efforts together. I think Sharp Contrast with the scratch of the 5 is now the speed and controlling speed, so I'm going to take the shot that the 1 goes wire-to-wire.
Fair enough. Good call. There's a great point that you just mentioned about the scratch. And so that's what people, you could have handicapped this early. The scratches don't come out until about 10 or 11 o'clock, depending on what source you use. You would have thought maybe a duel, and now you scratch the 5, and now it completely changes it on the race. So really make sure on scratches, re-handicap it. Don't just stick with your pick. My 3rd pick is the 6, and for me, it's kind of a guess after that. And I just thought that this horse has run second the last 2 times. A little bit, that was a bit of a speed holding race with Catalina. Catalina looked as good as ever. Catalina might have been my 3rd pick if she was in it. Closer, if Chris's Defense maybe goes after the 1 and maybe C Myrtle, maybe the horse can get there. Like I said, it's a distant 3rd pick, but it's a horse that runs in the money.
Yeah, for sure it is. Belated rally. Don't expect this horse to be going anywhere near the front end. I do like number 4, Chris's Defense. This horse was a winner 2 outs ago in a nice stalking style, sat 3rd, and then came charging as Catalina Dreaming. Did get tired, and Chris's Defense just went up the inside and took that win away. Last time out, went after the win as Cara Mine was the speed. Chased her every step of the way, but ended up 5th, beaten 3. But that wasn't too bad, beating only 3 lengths in the end. I think Chris's Defense, again, will be chasing after Sharp Contrast with Lady Got Away. Probably right there also in the top 3, as C Myrtle, Wits Datalink, and Valente are all horses that like to come off the pace. So I think, for me, it's 1, 7, and 4 in here.
Yep, yeah. We haven't mentioned about the 2, and is, well, not quite the favorite, but that last race was a nice race. It surprised me. I wasn't a big fan of that horse last time out. At least it's won a race recently. It is moving up. It's hard. At this level, horses that get, game, doesn't take a huge effort to win at this level.
No, and if you look, Antonio Whitehall's ridden the horse 3 times, 2 wins and a second place effort, so he knows this horse very well. So that's why probably currently 5-2 on the board.
Yep, for sure.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 2. Stretch, starting it off with you.
Okay, we played it almost the same way, just a different style bet. 15, I said I've got it down to 2 horses, and that's how I bet it. $15 exactor box. See how I stepped it up, not a smaller one. Stepped it up. $15 exactor box 1-7.
Oh, a try almost you threw it in.
Well, I almost.
Because you're looking at mine and you like my bet because of yours. I went after the tractor. I took 1-7-1-7 so they could come in either order. With the 4-6 for third, a $5 wheel. That'll cost you $20. If you want a $1 wheel, it's only $4. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 2. And we'll see you back for race 3. Kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering for our featured event, the Polynesian Kitty, for our older fillies and mares. The horses are on the track for race number 2. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $9,400. Number 1 is Sharp Contrast, owned by Just for Kicks Stable, trained by Sean Morin with Jorge Carreño. Number 2 is Sea Myrtle, owned by Monique Goulet, trained by Will Toronjo with Antonio Whitehall. Number 3 is Valente, owned by Vilique Butler, trained by Sean Morin with Caleb Pizarro. Number 4 is Chris's Defense, owned by Christopher Johnson, James Bencharski, and Cindy McSorley, trained by Mike Taphorn with Richard Mangley. Number 5, Catalina Dreamin' was scratched. Number 6 is Wits Data Link, owned by Black Diamond Stable, Lynn White, and Jerry Geddes, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Rafael Zentino Jr. Parading early is number 7, Lady Got Away, owned and trained by Larry Sizik, Neville Stevenson aboard. Post time for race number 2 in 6 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Fillies and mares going only 5.5. I've got it down to 2 horses. The public is kind of on the same page as I am. I've got the 7 as my top selection. I like how she raced her first start out. Made a nice even move. She likes to be in the money at the track. 9 of 11 at ASD to be there in first and second. Got to use her there. My only other horse that could beat her with the drop in class is the 1. Sharp contrast with the scratch. The 1 could go right to the lead, so I've got it 7-1. Kirt?
Yeah, stretch. I like both of them, 1 and 7, but I did go to the 1. It looks like the most speed of the race. I did point out that 2 of those races that she has run so far this year, both of those would be winning efforts in here. And that was for 5,000. Takes the drop into the 25. Draws the inside and gets the top jock. Jorge Carreño, 5-2 on the board. Good luck here in race 2.
Post time!
Sharp contrast, the first to step in. Now C. Myrtle's turn. Chris's defense. She takes her position. Wits down a link goes in. Now just 2 left to load. Valente set to go in. And now just waiting on Lady Got Away. She walks in, they're all set, they're at the post. And they're off. From the middle of the track, that's Chris's Offense. Showing some early speed, but is collared on the inside by Sharp Contrast. Lady Got Away. 3 wide in third, engaging the leaders. Sitting behind them, C. Myrtle. Watching the early action, 2 more back to Witt's Daddalink. And Valente could see them all about 8 off the lead. The opening quarter, 23-3. Sharp Contrast checked sharply and is now back in fourth. The leader, Lady Got Away, on the lead. Back in second, Chris's Defense. To the outside in third, C. Myrtle making a move with Witt's Daddalink. And coming back on, Sharp Contrast in the middle of the track. 47 for the half. The leader is Lady Got Away. To the far outside, Witt's Daddalink has the best stride going. Witt's Daddalink now takes the lead and is going to win it by a half a length. Lady Got Away is second best. Third's going to go to C. Myrtle, and fourth to Sharp Contrast. The stewards are posted number 6, Witt's Daddalink, as your race winner. Second goes to number 7, Lady Got Away. Third to number 2, C. Myrtle. And fourth to number 1, Sharp Contrast. They went the opening quarter 23-3, the half 47-4. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107-3. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 2, that's number 6, Witt's Daddalink. Witt's Daddalink is a bay filly, 4 years old, by Daddalink, out of the mare Quilt by Pulpit. Owned by Black Diamond Stable, Lynn White, and Jerry Geddes. Trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. and ridden to victory by Rafael Zentino Jr. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107-3. Race 2's official in the upcoming third race. Our featured race on the card, it's the Polynesian Kitty Overnight Stake for older fillies and mares going 1 1/16 miles. There are no changes. As this does kick off, Jackpot Pick 5 wagering will carry on with the rest of the changes on this evening's card. There are no changes in race number 4. Turning your programs to race number 5, scratch number 7, Otani. That's race number 5, scratch the 7, Otani. Now turning your programs to race number 6, scratch number 2, King Nate, and scratch number 3, Impressive Sense. That's race number 6, scratch the 2, King Nate, and number 3, Impressive Sense. There are no changes in race number 7. The Polynesian Kitty here in race number 3. They'll go to post in 21 minutes. From the middle of the track, that's Chris's. And ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 2, we had a claim to report. Claim for $2,500 was number 1, Sharp Contrast. Claim by Richard Fiddler, trainer Lee Delaron. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering with the Polynesian Kitty overnight stakes for older fillies and mares. They're going to go 1.16 miles. If you're the single ticket winner in the jackpot pick 5, you will get $250,000, even though just under 35,000 is the carryover. Okay, Stretch, Miss Imperial, is she going to do it?
Well, it's her race to lose. Murray Duncan's been training obviously very well. This horse has become even more versatile this year than last. Last year I thought she kind of had to go to the lead, and the 2 and 3 back was very impressive how stocked, especially 2 back. That was kind of the impressive race that caught my eye, that she doesn't have to go to the lead. As mentioned on ASD Live, I thought it's going to be a bit of a cat and mouse. You mentioned, or we talked about Jerry having 3 horses. Cypress has to go to the lead. They're not going to.
For sure.
There's no way they're going to just say, take the lead, Miss Imperial, and then they get nothing. So it's a matter of, can Chady kind of stalk, take over? I don't know if he wants the 2 of them to get in a big duel. I think if Miss Imperial lets the 4 go and get really slow fractions, it's going to be a sprint home, and maybe that's how the 4 possibly could win. For me, it's tough to go past the 2. What your second choice is the 4. So how do you think what's the 4 going to?
I think the 4 is gunning for the lead in here. We've seen Sheldon Chickeness in race number 1. He went to the lead with Runaway Hurricane, secured the fractions, then Nothing But a Blur, looked the horse in the eye at the 3/8 pole, and they ran around the track together. And I'm thinking that's what Cypress Point's going to do. He might even push a little harder to try and clear by 2 or 3 lengths and make Miss Imperial make her move earlier. But Stanley Chady Jr., he's been on fire as of late. His timing has been impeccable with these better horses, the stakes variety horses. But if you're looking for someone to do the upset, I think it's Cypress Point.
That's fair. And so the horse that I thought was potentially the upset is the 3, because we know the 3 is going to sit back and watch what's going to go on in front. If you think they're going fast, then Miss Imperial probably has to go a little bit quicker. If they go slow, then probably the 3 wouldn't be there. So that's why I had that long shot. I like the horse. Had a nice win last time. Didn't beat nothing close to this level, but if you look back at the couple stake races, this horse was in the money. Wasn't good enough to beat the top 2 last time in the stakes, but that's kind of my kind of sleeper a little bit after that.
Yeah, I'm looking for a little improvement on number 5, Dixie Mo also. This horse ran some good races down in Oaklawn and Remington Park and was a stalker in those races. But last time out, after coming off the turf, this horse sat second to last and really could make up ground as Cypress Point and Miss Imperial sped up the second half of the race, and they just kept on going. So Dixie Mo, wouldn't surprise me if a better effort comes out of it today. And Rafael Zentino Jr. is riding really well.
Absolutely. And the last horse to mention, you just never know. There are some races on the lines that maybe gets this horse in the top few, maybe not the win, but second Grace gets the 1 race over the track, had a bit of trouble. I realize it wasn't close to the top 2, but a lot of times they need one. And so has the right style of just sitting back and maybe picking up the pieces, maybe a small share anyway, maybe potentially 3rd or so. So it's not completely out of the realm for that horse to get, 3rd.
Yeah, not at all. As second Grace has that good running style, was sitting 3rd before that trouble, then pushed backwards and ended up being beaten double digits in the end. But with her running style, she can also be up there. If this pace is slow, she can be right in there. And definitely, if they run for the last half of the race, those 3, the 1, 2, and 4, will keep on running. And then it'll be tough for Dixie Mo, the 5, and the 3 DARPA to get there.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm looking forward to it. It's not a big field, but it's always good to watch stake races. And even if there's a big favorite, can somebody beat her or not?
No doubt about it. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 3. TVG is joining us, so you can jump into our jackpot pick 5. Once again, there's only 35,000 in the carryover. But if you are the lone winning ticket, you will get $250,000. Okay, Stretch, pick 5. Not spending a lot, are you?
Don't need a lot to get the 250,000. I got
Okay.
some long shots in there. We don't have the same ticket, which is very exciting because when the 3 upsets, that eliminates $64 of the pool.
Okay, or when my 4 Cypress Point goes wire to wire.
So I've got 2, 3 in the first leg, 3 and 4 in race 4, 1, 4, and 8. I've got it down. I do like the sequence of the pick 4 quite a bit, but I did not want to key any favorites, just like you did. 5, 6, and 8 in race 6, and 2, 5, and 8. I see you've got my long shot of the day in the last race as well.
I do have your long shot of the day, but I got a little sleeper in there also. I got the 2, 4 in the first leg with the 1, 3. Then I have 1, 2, 4, 5, and 8 with the 1, 5, 6, 7. Rounding it out with 4 horses, the 2, 5, 6, and 8. A 20-cent ticket will cost you $64. Good luck with all your wagers. Here in race number 3, and we'll see you back for race 4. Kicking off $25,000 guaranteed. Pick 4 wagering. Assiniboia Downs is proud to present our featured race here in race number 3. It's the Polynesian Kitty for older fillies and mares going a mile and a 16th for $20,000. Number 1 is Second Grace, owned by Purple Rose Ranch, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Andre Martin. Number 2 is Miss Imperial, owned by Murray Duncan and the estate of Gerald B. Stewart, trained by Murray Duncan with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 3 is DARPA, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Cypress Point, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickeness. Rounding out the field is number 5, Dixie Mo, also owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Rafael Zentino Jr. The Polynesian Kitty here in race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. They'll go to post in 6 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Here we go. We're going a mile and a 16th. A good stake race. It's can they beat the Queen, Miss Imperial? That's the two. You're 1 to 5. You're not going to get any value. It's a matter of trying to play the exactor. It's going to be a fun race to figure out how it goes. I'm thinking that the 4's going to go out. 2's going to kind of get pressed by that, and then the 3 will come late. So my exactor is 2-3. Kirt, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm thinking that the 4 does go out to the lead, but I think it might separate and get about 2-3 lengths on Miss Imperial, because Jerry Gorno does have 3 horses in here. So as long as he ensures a strong pace, his other 2 are ralliers. So if that does happen, Miss Imperial will have to time her run just right. So I do like 2 and 4. I think it's a 2-horse race, but back up your exactor 2-4. I think with a 4-2, it's paying $10 for $1. Good luck. Here in race 3, the Polynesian Kitty. Second Grace, the first entered the starting gate. Next up, Miss Imperial, the 3-5 favorite. Looking to go 4 in a row. From the middle, DARPA. 2 left to load, Cypress Point. And the other Henry Witt entry, that's going to be Dixie Mo, the last one in. They're at the post. And they're off in the Polynesian Kitty. From the middle of the track, Cypress Point quickly shoots out to grab the early lead with Miss Imperial battling early. Taken up slightly in behind was Second Grace with DARPA to the outside and the early trailer. Dixie Mo, who's about 5 off of it. They pass the grandstand, and Cypress Point has now taken over the lead by a length and a half. Miss Imperial, she's back to second. Moving up on the inside, Second Grace with DARPA to the outside, and Dixie Mo is the trailer. A heated opening quarter, 23-2. They slowed down the half mile though, 48-3, and Miss Imperial now engages Cypress Point, and these two start to scoot away by 2.5. Back in third, DARPA. Second Grace, 5 lengths off it. Dixie Mo from the back, starting to get motivated. Miss Imperial has taken over the 3/4 in a sizzling 112-3. And she's opened up for Miss Imperial as they hit the head of the lane. Cypress Point trying to battle back on the outside. DARPA. Dixie Mo's going to be splitting horses in here. Miss Imperial, she is the queen. She's at the 16th pole, and she's going to win it, going away by 5. The battle is on for second. DARPA ends up getting there. Third's going to go to Cypress Point, and fourth to Dixie Mo. The stewards have posted number 2, Miss Imperial, as your race winner. Second goes to number 3, DARPA. A photograph has been called to determine the show position. They went the opening quarter 23-2, the half 48-3, 6 furlongs 112-3. Time for the mile 139-1. Time for the mile and a 16th, a quick 146-2. Results of the photo show number 4, Cypress Point. Finishing third. Fourth goes to number 5, Dixie Mo. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the Polynesian Kitty, that's number 2, Miss Imperial, who made it 4 in a row. Miss Imperial is a dark bay or brown mare, 5 years old, by McLean's Music, out of the mare Miss Cappy by Skip Trial, owned by Murray Duncan and the estate of Gerald B. Stewart, trained by Murray Duncan, and ridden to victory by Stanley Chady Jr. Time for the mile on 16th, 1:46 and 2. Assiniboia Downs is very pleased to have on hand our CEO Darren Dunn to make a halter presentation to the winning connections. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race. Kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. There are no changes, but we will carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's pick 4. Turning your programs to race number 5, scratch number 7, Otani. That's race number 5, scratch the 7, Otani. Now turning your programs to race number 6, scratch number 2, King Nate, and scratch number 3, Impressive Sense. That's race number 6, scratch the 2, King Nate, and scratch the 3, Impressive Sense. There is no changes in race number 7. $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race number 4. They go to post in 21 minutes. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4. We're kicking off pick 4 wagering with an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for the boys 3 and up. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs. A special welcome to TVG and all their viewers joining us. Okay, Stretch, race number 4. Quick look back, Miss Imperial. Wow, she looked dynamite again.
She did look dynamite. She can kind of do whatever she wants. Like I said, I thought she added that feature that she can come off the pace with no trouble, made a move. They went quick fractions. The others just tried to go with her, and she just kept pulling away. So I think the only way she gets beat is get an invader from another racetrack that decides, let's go after her.
There is going to be an invader
yes.
that's going to come into the race in the next one, the big one, the matron. And that's a little horse by the name of Hidden Grace,
yes,
who went in the distaff trial. She'll hit the distaff, and then you'll see her in the matron to do a rematch against Miss Imperial from last year.
That is right. That is right. Great
Okay,
call.
so who do you like here in race number 4, kicking off the pick 4?
Okay, this is one of my plays I like quite a bit. I think it's a solid field of 7 horses, a bunch of runners. They all have talented and have won races. So there's not. I just think that the 3 horse makes a drop. I like these kind of drops because you're not dropping into a claiming race. So you don't have to worry, oh, why is the trainer dropping the horse? He's not. He's still protected. He can't be claimed. And ran a very good race against Plentiful and St. Louis Guy. And this horse ran evenly. They went so quick up front that Eddie couldn't get really the lead. I mentioned on ASD Live that this horse is probably a little bit better if he gets loose, but doesn't need to have the lead. And so can kind of chase if Spire decides to go out, that's okay because Eddie can sit just off the flank, make a move. It's a pretty good drop in class. I watched that race at Canterbury the other day. That was a good race. For me, that's my top selection.
Yeah, I'm right with you. A good 4th place finish. Pioneer Spirit came in with great credentials out of the Robertino Diodoro barn. St. Louis Guy was coming off of 3 wins, and Plentiful had just got nipped out by St. Louis Guy. Didn't get there as St. Louis Guy battled in the previous start. So those 3 were so solid, and Eddie Forever was 4th best easily in there, and the horse did have some time off between starts. I think that is the good tightener. Now shortens up to 7.5 and drops the competition. If you're wondering how this horse is eligible, if you look at the condition, it falls under the non-3 life of the condition. So that's why Eddie Forever is eligible for this. And I think he's a standout in this race.
Yeah, I'm with you. My second selection, I went to the 4. And the reason I went back to Gold Buyer, that was an extremely fast run race. Didn't have the great trip. It says it broke a step slow. It was just enough to get this horse out of position. And Courageous went gate to wire. The horse, it might not look like the horse made a big move, but if you look at the fraction, it was a 24-2 middle quarter from 49-1 to 13-3, and the horse didn't lose any. I lost half a length, but let's call it not much. That's a good sign that he still made the move, because you look at the other races, he makes his middle move. I think the horse can make a similar move. DARPA in the last race made a bit of a move there. So that's why I ended up on the 4.
And myself, I went to the 1 Ma's Mischief, because this horse, yes, it got beat last time out to Plentiful, St. Louis Guy, Pioneer Spirit, but was well back in the field, tried to rally and just couldn't. But the previous 2 starts were really good. Lost to a loose speed horse, Tiger by his tail, 2 outs ago. 3 outs ago, Real Grace was battling within the deep, but Ma's Mischief was absolutely flying at the end. The inside draw going 7.5 is a huge advantage being on the inside, and that's why I went to Ma's Mischief.
Yeah, that's fair. That's my 3rd selection. I looked at that between the 2 would be another horse to mention. This horse has run, you can't really fault this horse, has run really well. The race that it did lose to Ma's Mischief, Mr. Benz had as not a good trip. That horse ran wide. It was a real good ride by Sheldon when he won, came up the rail, and that even says perfect trip on that one. And so that's why I didn't disregard the 2 completely. not at the 3s level. I do have to mention the one horse that the 7 horse In the Deep. In the Deep, I'm not going to select this horse in here. I don't know, maybe a little bit of a decline, but he ran so well early on in the meet. But if it comes back and wakes up a bit, that's a long shot maybe to sneak into 3rd, just because I know the horse has talent. We liked him in a few of the different races and was a little outclassed. Yeah, that's just a horse I want to mention if you need to finish off your try.
Well, In the Deep really didn't regress, I think. Del Vecchio ran a huge race in there. That was a monster. Half in the Wrapper came back in a 2nd level allowance last night, or 1st level allowance, and ran 2nd to Marquis Well, who's just a win machine this year. Doc's Class Act arrived from Lone Star, and that horse hasn't been worse than 2nd. Del Vecchio, after this race, came back to lose a head bob. Could have been 2 in a row. So In the Deep was in tough. So that's why I put it in there. Has good tactical speed, draws post position number 7, but does have enough early foot to be in the fray early, and that's what you want. That's why I got 3, 1, and 7. But let's go to our pick 4s that are kicking off right here in race number 4. Stretch, we're going to start it off with you. Is that hieroglyphics?
Yes.
Or what's going on
That
there?
is great graphics by Mitch and his crew. Well done. So
How did they put that all in?
That's excellent. So let's start with my main ticket.
Am I going to get to speak?
We'll see.
Okay.
Okay, I'm keying the 3. Our play, one of our better plays of the day, with 1, 4, 8, taking all in the 6th, and then taking a bunch in the last leg, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. If I think this 3 gets by, it's going to be tough. I think it could be a chalk field, so then I spent only $8, 3 with 8 with 5, 8 with 5, 8 for your smaller players. And heck, I want to make it an even 100, $2 straight, 3, 8, 5, 5.
Better take your phones out and take a picture of that to try and remember it. I'm going after the pick 4. I also keyed the 3 in the first leg. I took 5 horses, 1, 2, 4, 5, and 8. Then 3 horses, 1, 5, and 6. Rounded it out with 3, 5, 6, and 8. My ticket's gonna cost $80. Good luck with all your selections here in race number 4, and we'll see you back for race 5. Kicking off the late pick 3. The horses are on the track for race number 4. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs for $14,700. Number 1 is Ma's Mischief, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Sheldon Chickadas. Number 2 is Mr. Benz, owned by Ira Donald and King Couture, trained by Jared Brown, with Jorge Carreño. Number 3 is Eddie Forever, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt, with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Gold Buyer, owned by Bill Michael and Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson, with Rafael Zentino Jr. Number 5 is Spire, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross, with Neville Stevenson. Number 6 is Red Astaire, owned by Tom Boyko, trained by Carl Anderson, with Stanley Chady Jr. Running out the field is number 7, In the Deep, owned by True North Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault, with Leroy Nelson. Pick 4, wagering $25,000 guarantee. They'll go to post in 5 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, we've got a high level allowance, 10 optional, 7.5 furlong race. Good field, but I think the race goes through the 3, Eddie Forever. This horse is going to be on or near the lead. We have seen the horses up front go carry their speed quite far. This horse may not have to get the lead, makes the move, and have to probably hold off a couple closers, maybe the 4. Watch for the 4 at 6-1, making a middle move on the turn. So I'm going to give you the exactor, 3-4. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 3, Eddie Forever. I think this is a perfect spot. Doesn't have to run against the monsters that it ran against last time out and couldn't beat. This is a huge drop in class. He's the one to beat. I like number 1, Maz Mischief, draws the inside, also comes out of the Manitoba Mile. And number 7, In the Deep. This is a horse with tactical speed. Comes out of a tough race last time out, so I expect improvement. The 3 on top with the 1-7. Good luck here in race 4.
It's time.
Oz Mischief, Mr. Benz, both in the gate. The 6-5 choice. That's Eddie Forever is in. Gold Buyer, he finds his spot. Next up, Spire. Now just 2 left to load. Red Astaire. Now just waiting on In the Deep on the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Breaking a little slow was Gold Buyer. On the inside, Eddie Forever. Away well to the outside. Spire in between horses. Now gunning for the lead. We got Red Astaire and In the Deep. These two set to do some early battling. Eddie Forever will be the stalker. Now in third, back in fourth. Spire's 4 out of it. 3 more lengths back to Moz Mischief. Making a move on the outside. That's going to be Mr. Benz and the early trailer, Gold Buyer. 23-4 the opening quarter. And In the Deep with a short lead by a half a length. To the inside, Red Astaire. Eddie Forever looks like he has a mitt full. Stalking those 2 leaders in third. A gap of 4 more back. Mr. Benz, Moz Mischief, Gold Buyer making up ground, and Spire is now the trailer. 48 seconds to the half mile. To the outside, Eddie Forever now engages In the Deep. Back to third is Red Astaire making a move on the outside. Mr. Benz, they hit the head of the lane. Eddie Forever by a half a length. In the Deep fighting back. Rallying Moz Mischief and Mr. Benz. They're coming to the 16th pole, and Eddie Forever has the lead. One last try for Mr. Benz. Right at the wire. Looks like Mr. Benz got there, but photo finish between Mr. Benz and Eddie Forever, with Moz Mischief in between horses, looked like third. The stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 23-4, the half 48 seconds, 6 furlongs, 1:13-3. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 1:33-3. The winner, number 2, Mr. Benz. Second to number 3, Eddie Forever. Third to number 1, Moz Mischief. And fourth to number 7, In the Deep. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner. Here in race number 4, that's number 2, Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz is a dark bay or brown gelding, 9 years old, by Ghost Sapper, out of the mare Miss Mercedes by Mercedes 1. Owned by Ira Donald and Kane Couture, trained by Jared Brown, and ridden to victory by Jorge Caneno. Time for the 7.5 furlongs, 1:33 3. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race. Scratch number 7, Otani. Once again in this, the 5th race, scratch number 7, Otani. Race number 5 kicks off the late pick 3. And the rough. Breaking a little slow was Gold Buyer. On the inside, Eddie Forever. Away well to the outside. Spire in between horses, now gunning for the lead. We got Red Astaire and In the Deep. These two set to do some early battling. Eddie Forever will be the stalker. Now in third, back in fourth. Spire's 4 out of it. 3 more lengths back to Ma's Mischief. Making a move on the outside. That's going to be Mr. Benz and the early trailer, Gold Buyer. 23 and 4 the opening quarter. And In the Deep with a short lead by a half a length. To the inside, Red Astaire. Eddie Forever looks like he has a mittful. Stalking those 2 leaders in third. A gap of 4 more back. Mr. Benz, Ma's Mischief, Gold Buyer making up ground, and Spire is now the trailer. 48 seconds to the half mile. To the outside, Eddie Forever now engages In the Deep. Back to third is Red Astaire making a move on the outside. Mr. Benz, they hit the head of the lane. Eddie Forever by a half a length. In the Deep fighting back. Rallying Ma's Mischief and Mr. Benz. They're coming to the 16th pole, and Eddie Forever has the lead. One last try for Mr. Benz. Right at the wire. Looks like Mr. Benz got there, but photo finish between Mr. Benz and... And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5. We have a $3,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year or non-4-lifers. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Scratch number 7, Otani. And a special welcome to TVG and all their viewers joining us for the late pick 3 stretch. Wow, what a finish in race 4.
It was a good finish, very exciting, and yeah, right to the wire. That's one of those calls. We had that horse keyed, bit of a bad beat. I could say we couldn't get the photo. It was clear that the 2 won the race, but still, the horse had the lead inside the 16th pole and just trying to coax it along, and oh well, that's horse racing. Back to the drawing board.
Stretch, you should have screamed a little louder. Maybe that helped.
Yeah.
Smack your program on your leg.
For sure.
I know if I was watching and not calling it, I would have been doing that. In my living room, jumping around, and my kids looking at me like I'm crazy.
And that's why we watch races and play the races. So much fun. All right, we are going to 3,500. Horses going 6 furlongs. I'm starting with the outside horse, which happens to be the favorite, and the hot combination. They've got 1 win already today, Jared Brown and Carino. I've just got this horse running some very, very good races, and just the figures that I use have this horse right up there that doesn't have to have the lead. Did go to the lead last time from the rail, and then got tired late. Young boy's running well. And then 2 back, went 7 furlongs. Not the ideal distance, and so that's why I didn't mind the horse last time. I know he lost, but still ran a good enough race that I had to go back to him. So that is my top selection is the 8, Kirt.
Yeah, I think there's a pile of speed with number 3, Empirical Data, needs the lead to win. Thunderbolt showed good speed against Bite the Bullet Bro and the 8, Valid Thor. So I went to a closer in here, number 4, Maddie's Pro. Last time out, didn't get out of the gate, and the top 3 horses were well in front of the rest of the field. Nobody was able to close. That was only going 5.5 furlongs. But for the 25 non-winners of the year 3 outs ago, that's the race that I think that Maddie's Pro needs to run. Captive Kidden, the horse that ran second, came back to win. Tally came back to win 2 starts later. But with all the speed that's in here, you have those 3. You can even add in number 2, Thin Line, and number 1, American League. All of them have early foot. So if they all want to go and maybe log jam on the front, which I think could happen, that's why I went to Maddie's Pro. I think this is the strongest closer in the race. This horse, yes, off form in the last couple, but they weren't going to beat Wolowitz 2 outs ago. And last time out, Young Boy was just so much the best. So I'm looking for a long shot, so I went to the 4, Maddie's Pro.
That's fair. It's interesting. That was a horse I added late, and then I went, it's one of those you handicap, and it's just like, I don't like it, and I said, oh, you know what, I better use that horse, and I ended up using it on the pick 4. I always like those. You miss something and found it, and you found what I ended up seeing as well on being the closer. So that's a good selection. Yeah, you talked about the 1. About potential speed. It's dropping in class.
It's a huge drop in class from the $5,000 level into this $3,500.
Yeah, and we see the different class levels. This is, that 75 to 5 is a different level. This is another level, and you can really see it this year at ASD. And then, who is your long shot in here, or do you have one in here that?
I do. Number 2, Thin Line. If this horse can run any of those races that it did early on, it got the win first time out and then had the comeback race, ran strong in there from off the pace, but then Northern Sky and Warbridge came and swooped on by and ended up running 3rd. 2 flat races after, but they take the horse off Lasix. Going to the Tom Gardepy barn, maybe that'll change his fortunes, and is taking money right now at 6 to 1.
Yeah. For sure. Well, it's going to be interesting to race. The first couple races had speed, but we saw how the 2 came back in that last race from the back and circled.
And Moz Mischief, they were last and second, or second and third last in the race, and they were able to rally and get there. All right, let's go to our selections here in race number 5. Stretch, what do you got?
Okay, I had it one way, and then I decided I better box it in case there is the duel. $4 exactor box, upped it a little bit, 1, 4, and 8.
And I think everything really has a shot to fill in the triactor, so I'm taking the 1 closer, Number 4, Maddie's Pro, and then taking everything. All with all, you don't get to do that too much. Because it's a 7-horse field, a $1 ticket only costs $30. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 5, and we'll see you back for race number 6. The horses are on the track for race number 5. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $9,800. Number 1 is American League, owned by Colt Brown, trained by Alan Brown with Neville Stevenson. Number 2 is Thin Line, owned by Black Diamond Stable, Lynn White and Jerry Geddes, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Leroy Nelson. Number 3 is Empirical Data, owned by Daybird Racing Stables, trained by Lee Delaron with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 4 is Maddie's Pro, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Number 5 is Thunderbolt, owned by Lloyd Buffalo, trained by Floyd Buffalo with Shamari Muir. Number 6 is Talent Risk, owned by Just for Kick Stable and Boss Baby Racing, trained by Sean Morin with Andre Martin. Number 7, Otani, is scratched. Number 8 is Valid Thor, owned by Jared Brown and Sue Crane, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Post time for race number 5, 4 minutes away.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, we're going 6 furlongs. My top selection is the 8. I don't like the price at all. I didn't expect this horse to be this low of odds. I understand the public seeing the same thing as I am. The figures are there. This horse, I don't think has to go to the lead. I think the Carino's going to put this horse close to the pace and make that middle move and try to hang on from the closers. The 1 horse is your dropper. That horse needs to wake up, but can. So I've got it 8, 1, and 4 is the closer. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I see a lot of speed in here. 5 horses can go out and show their early foot. So I went to the closer, number 4, Maddie's Pro. This horse ran a big race 3 outs ago. Its running style is from off the pace. It gets to go 6 furlongs today. And with the heated pace battle that I think is going to emerge, I think this horse can show his late running style with Antonio Whitehall. So I got the 4 here in race number 5. American League, thin line, and empirical data, all in the starting gate. From the middle, Maddie's Pro moves in. Thunderbolt is next. Just 2 left to load, very quick load. Talent Risk. Now just waiting on Valid Thor. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Braking a little slow was Thin Line. From the middle of the track, Empirical Data scoots out to challenge for the early lead with Thunderbolt. On the outside, about a length and a half back, is American League. Thin Line has recovered to run fourth. Fifth on the outside is Valid Thor. Then another 2 lengths to Matty's Pro. And Talent Risk is the early trailer. 23 seconds the opening quarter. And now Empirical Data gets company on the inside by American League. Valid Thor making a 3-wide bid in third. Thin Line back to fourth. Hugging the rail, that's Thunderbolt. Matty's Pro trying to get going, and Talent Risk, the trailer. The half, 46-4. They hit the head of the lane, and American League has that lead by a length and a half. Valid Thor on the outside trying to dig into it. On the inside, a bladed rally by Thunderbolt. Talent Risk is making a move, but American League is going to be best in here today. It's going to win by 2.5. Second's going to go to Valid Thor. Third is going to be Talent Risk, and fourth to Thunderbolt. The Stewart's opposed to number 1 American League as your race winner. Second goes to number 8 Valid Thor. Third to number 6 Talent Risk. And a photograph has been called to determine the fourth place finisher. They went the opening quarter 23 seconds. The half 46-4. Time for the 6 furlongs 1:14-1. Results of the photo show number 5 Thunderbolt finished in fourth. Now entering the winners enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 5, that's number 1 American League. American League is a chestnut gelding, 8 years old by Old Fashioned, out of the mare Queen Dancing by Grand Slam. Owned by Colt Brown, trained by Alan Brown, and ridden to victory by Neville Stevenson. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:14-1. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. Scratch number 2, King Nate, and scratch number 3, Impressive Sense. Once again in this 6th race, scratch number 2, King Nate, and scratch number 3, Impressive Sense. Post time for race number 6, 23 minutes away. And they're off. Braking a little slow was Thin Line. From the middle of the track, Empirical Data scoots out to challenge for the early lead with Thunderbolt. On the outside, about a length and a half back, is American League. Thin Line has recovered to run fourth. Fifth on the outside is Valid Thor. Then another 2 lengths to Manny's Pro. And Talent Risk is the early trailer. 23 seconds the opening quarter. And now Empirical Data gets company on the inside by American League. Valid Thor making a 3-wide bid in third. Thin Line back to fourth. Hugging the rail, that's Thunderbolt, Manny's Pro. Trying to get going, and Talent Risk, the trailer, the half, 46-4. They hit the head of the lane, and American League has that lead by a length and a half. Valid Thor on the outside, trying to dig into it. On the inside, a belated rally by Thunderbolt. Talent Risk is making a move, but American League is going to be best in here today. It's going to win by 2.5. Second's going to go to Valid Thor. Third is going to be Talent. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 5, we had 2 claims to report. First off, claim for $3,500 was your race winner. Number 1 American League, claimed by Just for Kick Stable, trainer Sean Morin. Also claimed for $3,500 was number 3 Empirical Data, claimed by 666 Ranch, trainer Tom Gardepy Jr. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6 for this allowance optional $15,000 claimer for 3-year-olds. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Scratch number 2, King Nate, and scratch number 3, Impressive Sense. And welcoming TVG and their viewers for the late double stretch American League, the drop-in class, just what the doctor ordered.
Exactly. Good ride by Neville.
He got through the inside on Empirical Data, kind of fooled him, I guess.
Yeah, and then the 8 had a wide trip, and I think that ended up being the difference, just too wide. And the drop-in class, like you said, there was some quality. I've been chasing that horse a little bit, and yeah, that's why I like those two. And away we go. We're on the board on the betting there. Exactor didn't pay huge, but on the board.
All right, over to race number 6. What do you got in here?
Well, I like a horse here, and I like that the price is more than fair. You have to understand, when you look at morning lines, when there's 2 horses scratched, especially when the favorite gets scratched, you have to almost adjust the morning line for yourself or think what it should be. And that's why I am on Stone Cafe anyway, just because he's 5-1, but I'm getting 7-2. 4 horses came out of the Derby from last week. It is a bit of a quick turnaround. None of them jumped off the page, but the one thing I noticed when I watched the replay a couple times was the 5 pressed Myoptic, who was, the 1-5. The fractions were extremely fast. It basically pressed Myoptic enough to lose the Derby when Uncharacteristic came up and
good one, Stretch. Good catch.
Yeah, that's new. Anyway, then the 2 races, or then the mile race was fine, But the other good one against City Champ, when that horse was winning, a nice even effort. There's not a lot of pure speed in here. You know, Snickers is coming off, and I guess Wits could bring a bit of speed, but Freezing comes off. All the other ones, Flash of Glory. This horse could just inherit the lead. I've got the right jockey that's what he likes to do. Gate to wire at 3-1.
Well, Neville just put a good ride on American League, shooting out, capturing the lead with 3/8 of a mile to go and carrying on for the victory. I like Stone Cafe in here too, and that Golden Boy race is the one that stands out to me. But there really isn't any other speed in this race. Freezing Jimmy comes off of it. Bad News, Flash of Glory, Mr. Snickers, and Wits Taquito. All of them come off the pace, so Stone Cafe just might be there all by himself. But I do like number 1, Mr. Snickers, getting 4-1 right now. He ran a big race. He did break the maiden as the favorite. Yes, he did win it in a slow time, but it was the race that he came back in, that second beat and a half, to Impressive Sense. And Mr. Snickers probably would have won that race if Impressive Sense did not get through on the rail at the head of the lane. And that race really impressed me. And then I think the 1 1/8 was just a little too much. As you see at Oaklawn, Mr. Snickers just couldn't compete when they went that far, and that was 1 1/16. Gets to cut back to his preferred distance, where he did have that win in a second in the first 2 starts. So I'm expecting big things out of the 1, Mr. Snickers.
Yep, that almost got there. I agree with you. Antonio was on this horse before, so fair. The other one I'll go to happens to be the favorite. Don't like the price at all, and that's the 8. A bit of a closer. I'm not worried about the distance, because if you look back at the the stake race early on at the 5 furlong, the horse at least ran evenly. We're now getting the 6 furlong, so the distance isn't a question. But if the 5 goes gate to wire, he's probably not getting there. But yeah, that was my second selection, because he's the now horse in the sense of the closer. So.
Yeah, Flash of Glory fits really well in this field. Finished the best out of anybody else that was the Derby contenders in there. I expect some late run, but I don't think he's going to be sitting too far out of it. Maybe 4 or 5 lengths. Freezing Jimmy, another horse that I liked last time out and got the job done, winning by 3. I think this horse is finally showing his potential. He did win at first asking as a 2-year-old in the graduation, and then ran some flat races. Early on in the year, I think just wasn't ready, and then they gave a little layoff, and that seems to be the best thing. Dropped into the 10-on-2, but I just like the way the horse ran, and I think a better race can come out of Freezing Jimmy.
I completely agree. That's why I have him in there, and he had some time off even since July 14th, where the others had a tough race, and as a workout coming in. So I think you're ready for a top effort as well from that one.
Okay, what about number 7, Bad News? Was a winner at first asking, beating King Nate and McKeag in the comeback race. The horse broke terrible out of the gate and wasn't able to rally as City Champ, Stone Cafe, and Shot Through the Heart just ran off on him. Could this horse rebound? Lise Pruitt's having a great year.
She is. There's no reason not to. You've got the couple wins on there on the allowance. So, like you said, you don't just base it on the one start. 11-1. The horse is almost the longest shot. So, tells you how competitive this field is. Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 6. Stretch, what do you got?
I'm going with my win place bet that I like to do. So $15 to win on the 5, 30 place on the 5.
Opening up the wallet, Stretch, and myself, I'm going after the late daily double. I'm taking the 1-5 in here with the 5-6 in the last for $20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 6. We'll see you back for race number 7. Jackpot high 5 time. The horses are on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $14,700. Number 1 is Mr. Snickers, owned by Martin Miller, trained by Jerry Brown with Antonio Whitehall. Number 2, King Nate, is scratched. Also scratched is number 3, Impressive Sense. Number 4 is Wits Taquito, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Checkanes. Number 5 is Stone Cafe, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Neville Stevenson. Number 6 is Freezing Jimmy, owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo with Rafael Zentino Jr. Number 7 is Bad News, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lee Pruitt with Leroy Nelson. Rounding out our field is number 8, Flash of Glory, owned by True North Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Alt with Jorge Carreño. Post time for race number 6 in 6 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
3-year-olds going 6 furlongs. Speed won the last race at a sprint. I'm going to another speed horse in here, and that's the 5 Stone Cafe. Press the pace going long in the Derby, drops back to this allowance level. Not a lot of speed. I think Neville sends this horse right to the lead, doesn't look back, and then the closer is I think the 8, and the upset to maybe a bit of a price is the 6. So I've got it 5-8-6. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I like your pick in here, the 5-horse Stone Cafe, but I also like number 1, Mr. Snickers. The race 2 outs ago was a really good one after breaking the maiden in the previous start. If the horse, Impressive Sense, who won the race, never got through on the rail, Mr. Snickers would have got the win in there, beating the speedy Euro Silver Biz, so he did run down a loose speed horse. So I like the one with the 5 here in race number 6.
Post time!
Mr. Snickers, the co-favorite at 2-1, first enter the starting gate. Next in, Wits Taquito. Stone Cafe, the other co-favorite at 2-1, is in. Freezing Jimmy's turn. Now just 2 left to load. Bad news. And we're waiting on Flash of Glory. The 3-year-olds are set. They're at the post. And they're off. Good start for Freezing Jimmy, who scoots out to try and get the lead now. Stone Cafe wants it and is going to poke the nose in front. Freezing Jimmy back to second on the outside. Sitting right in behind Wits Taquito and Mr. Snickers running as a pair. Another 2 back to Flash of Glory. And well back to Bad News, who's going to be the early trailer. 23-3 the opening quarter. And it's Stone Cafe and Freezing Jimmy. These 2 battling it out. Sitting right behind, ready to make a move, Wits Taquito. Ready to go 3 wide, Mr. Snickers. With a mitt full in behind horses. Flash of Glory getting motivated the half. 46-4, they hit the head of the lane. And bolting right through the middle. That's Mr. Snickers finding a seam. Freezing Jimmy on the outside responds to Mr. Snickers. Late down the lane, Freezing Jimmy is going to get it done. A photo for second, very close between Mr. Snickers and Wits Taquito. The Stewards are posted number 6, Freezing Jimmy, as your race winner. A photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter 23-3, the half 46-4. Time for the 6 furlongs, 112-2. Results of the photo show number 4, Wits Taquito, finishing second. Third goes to number 1, Mr. Snickers, and fourth to number 8, Flash of Glory. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 6, That's number 6, Freezing Jimmy. Freezing Jimmy is a big gelding, 3 years old, by James Street, under the mare Abbey in the Wild by Lucky Pulpit. Owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo, and ridden to victory by Raphael Zentino Jr. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:12-2. Congratulations goes out to rider Raphael Zentino Jr., who scores the double. 2 wins for rider Raphael Zentino Jr. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. There are no changes. Jackpot High 5 wagering, the carryover, just under $100,000. They'll go to post in 21 minutes. And 2-year-olds are set a chance to make very big money. Continues every live race day. You are guaranteed $250,000 if you have the single winning ticket in the Jackpot Pick 5. This will continue next week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at 7:30 p.m. until the end of the race meet on September 15th, or until the $250,000 jackpot is won. Tickets for the Jackpot Pick 5 are only 20 cents each. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7. We have a $5,000 claimer for the boys 3 and up. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Kicking off jackpot high five wagering. Once again, that carryover just under $100,000. Maybe TVG and their viewers are going to get it in here, but maybe Stretch will get it.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's wagering on in here. Okay, Stretch, who do you like in race number 7? Freezing Jimmy, though. Let's look at race 6. Freezing Jimmy, great race, back to back.
And we talked about him quite a bit. I talked about the concern about the horses coming back a little quick from the Derby, and it kind of showed a little bit. And great trainer move. And we said maybe the 6 maybe woke up last time, just trying to learn to run. Sure enough, then a workout, prepped perfectly, great race, a good win price too.
At 4 to 1.
Yes, very good.
Okay, who do you like in race number 7? Here's another wide open race, or is it the Jared Brown special?
Well, it was the Jared Brown special last time that these two ran. There's a rematch of the top 3 horses in here, the 1, the 5, and the 8, and the 5 beat both of them. Martin picked up that mount, and you really have to pay attention to the form, because he won on this horse back at Century Mile, and then he's just started riding here for a little bit. And Carino had this horse before, had it, and then decided to go to Cyclone Dan. And we're thinking, oh, maybe Carino chose that, but actually, looking back, it's easy after the fact that Martin picked or said, I know how to ride the horse, and it showed. He put this horse in a little better spot than his entry mate. Dan can get a little too far back, and so he was flying late, but that was at 6 furlongs. Now we're at 5 furlongs. Purely just has a bit more speed and maybe a few lengths, and that's what I think. That's why I put the 5 over the 8. Make it 6 furlongs. I might have given Dan another chance, the 8, but that's why I went to him. I think there is just enough speed that could come back, and so that's why I've got it 5.
Yeah, I took the 5-2, Purely Given in here, but I don't think it's quite the gimme. I think this one might be a little tougher, adding Young Boy in here, Frankly Fun, and You Should Talk, and maybe Overanalyzer will get a better trip than he's had in his last 2, but Purely Given has a good running style, is cutting back to this distance of 5.5 that I think will suit better than the 8 Cyclone Dan. I have a long shot in for second that I thought would be a long shot off the 10 to 1 morning line. Currently 3 to 1 on the board. Yo, Why Me? Here's a horse that down in Phoenix showed blazing speed every single time it ran. The first time in Canterbury also showed speed, but then had some troubled trips after that. And then the last time out, while it was running in Fargo, this horse battled every step of the way, only to lose by a length. I think this horse might be just the speed of the race, and that's what I'm banking on. That's why I took him in the top 2.
For sure. My long shot is 11 to 1. Back to this horse has already won. It was a 5-4. But the figures have been okay. And then what I liked last time is the horse went way too fast against El Chairman, who's been running at the 5 to 7,500 level, being very competitive. Cutting back, I don't think the horse has to have the lead. I think the horse could just sit off. This is a horse that had raced at Golden Gate and had that big performance. I think the horse fits. It's certainly at a price to be at least in the top 3 if you're playing some trifectas. I don't think he should be the second longest shot on the board anyway.
Yeah, definitely not. Take a look at number 3, Frankly Fun also. The last 2 times that this horse sprinted, got the win against Purely Given, where the horse set the early fraction slow, then came back with a big rally with Cyclone Dan and ended up running 3rd that day. But Frankly Fun is another one that fits in with these.
Absolutely. We've cashed on him a couple times over the years, especially this year at a big price, thinking he was the speed. There is other speed, so I don't think he's going to be one of those horses on the lead. That's why we liked him in the past. But yeah, he's a contender too, for sure.
What about Young Boy? You liked this horse a lot last time. I liked it 3 outs ago when it did get the job done in the non-3. Then ran a big one in the non-4 against a loose bite the bullet, bro. And then last time out, made no mistake and easily won.
Yeah, I don't mind him. I don't think on a win consideration, it's always good when a horse is, 4 out of 5 in the money this year. So at this time of year, some horses are going the wrong way. It's a game horse, wins races. It's not a toss-out for sure.
Well, the one thing is, Young Boy finally didn't have a trouble line after 4 consecutive trouble lines to start off the year, and then had a smooth trip last time out, got it done. Number 1, Overanalyzer, another interesting one. Trouble lines in the last 2, was beaten going 7.5 furlongs, but has a nice race. If you look back on June the 1st against Zucchini, where Zucchini and Spire were the speed, Overanalyzer was able to rally into that speed, and right now you're getting a hot jock. Rafael Zentino Jr. won 2 yesterday. He's already won 2 today. What about Overanalyzer maybe getting there? This one waited at the early stretch, made a late run, only got beat by 2 lengths, and rallied from 9th.
I'm glad you mentioned that horse, because my notes on this, when I do my figures, this horse ranges within a length or 2 or a point every race. It finishes for me a 90 or a 91 every time. You get the same race every time. He runs evenly. He hasn't improved or regressed all year. For him to win, though, I think some others are going to have to regress. I think he can be in the money, but he's just not fast enough to beat some of like the top ones of Purely Given.
Okay, the only horse we didn't talk about, number 7, Warren's Van Gogh, was a winner at first asking, beating my 8s wild that day, where you took me down in the last race at 18-1, but since then really hasn't got it going.
Yeah, I got him on the right day. He's a favorite of mine because of the few times I've got him on some prices. You never know. It's a mile, cuts back. He only wins when he's a long shot. He's at the might be about the same odds, pretty close. So who knows? He's one of those surprise types.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 7. Stretch, we're starting it off with you.
Yes, here goes one of my trifectas. 2, 5, and 8 on top with my long shot. Then I've added Frankly Fun, because that's the horse, how that horse runs. And then I've added a few more with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8. I have left out your 6. My question is, where did you find 30 bucks?
I don't know. It's been a rough night for me, so let's use one of those changes. I only found 20, and that was lying on the floor. It probably was your Stretch, but that's all I got left. So I'm going to go 20 to place on number 6, Yo Why Me, trying to take it all the way, wire to wire. Thank you very much. There it is. Good luck here in race number 7, and we'll see you back Monday, 6:45 Central, for ASD Live. The horse on the track for race number 7, they're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $12,000. Number 1 is Overanalyzer, owned by Mike Powers and Jerry Gorno, trained by Jerry Gorno with Rafael Zentino Jr. Number 2 is You Should Talk, owned by Karen Bjartson, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Caleb Pizarro. Number 3 is Frankly Fun, owned by Monique Goulet, trained by Will Tronjo with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Young Boy, owned by Lane Foxwell, trained by Alan Brown with Neville Stevenson. The 5 is Purely Given, owned by Laurie Ferguson, trained by Jared Brown with Andre Martin. Number 6 is Yo Why Me, owned by Dropin Racing, trained by Steve Kepplin Jr. with Sheldon Chickades. Number 7 is Warrens Van Gogh, owned by S&S Stable, trained by Maria Stanford with Nyrone Austin. Rounding out the field is number 8, Cyclone Dan, owned and trained by Jared Brown, Jorge Carreño aboard. Jackpot high five wagering. Here in race number 7, they go to post in 5 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Last race of the week, we're going 5.5 and a 5 claimer. I don't mind the 8, but the value is elsewhere. 5 is my top selection at 9-2. Won this level last time in a real good ride. Same situation can happen. That's why I went to that. They making the race a little bit shorter. The 8 might not get there. A long shot that you don't want to leave out that might help you hit a big payout is the 2. This 2 is sitting on a better effort. Has won at this race level before. I've got 5-8-2. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I like the 5 also in here, but I'm going to number 6, Yo Why Me. I think this horse might be the speed of the speed in here. I like those Phoenix races before going to Canterbury and Fargo. Steve Kepplin Jr. It has a good win percentage when he does come to Assiniboia Downs. So this one wouldn't surprise me. My long shot, the 1 over Analyzer. Good luck here in race 7. First to go in for the nightcap. You should talk.